So thank you very much, Glorious, for being here with us today and celebrating the Vyasa Puja of the Parents' Day of Swami. Thank you so much. So I think some of us here might be our first Vyasa Puja celebration. Thank you for me that we're joining us today, and joining the disciples of Kanana as well wish us in observing this festival. Always good before we start the Vyasa Puja, think a little bit, set the intention. It's one of those things that is such an essential part of spiritual life, is the spiritual master and the relationship with the spiritual master. And the celebration of the Vyasa Puja is one of the core events really in the life of a disciple, one of the most important days. It's like you have your birthday when you're a kid. It's an important day because on your birthday you get some gifts. And Christmas is also an important day for the same reason. And on Vyasa Puja Day, you can have the same idea. On Vyasa Puja Day, it's a special day you can obtain the mercy of your spiritual master. It's a special opportunity. Because all the Vaishnavas come together, and we come together and we glorify the spiritual master. And it is by the meditation and glorification of the spiritual master that the mercy of the spiritual master is transmitted to us. Just like with Krishna, you see some amazing verses in the Bhagavatam that glorifies and explains that somehow, simply by hearing the qualities and the characteristics of Krishna, the heart becomes purified. Heart becomes purified. Whatever austerities and so many things you can perform to purify yourself, that helps. But nothing touches the amount of purification and the spiritual upliftment that can take place simply by hearing the glories of Krishna. And similarly, the relationship with the spiritual master is not a sentimental one, but it is based on a true and genuine deep appreciation of who the spiritual master was and what the spiritual master has given to us, which is that connection with Krishna. So it's such a simple event where we come together and glorify the spiritual master, but do not underestimate the power of this day to really, again, reconnect with the spiritual master. And it's a wonderful day for us to reflect again on our own experiences and re-establish that relationship. And especially after the departure of the spiritual master, it becomes even more important. Because the physical presence of the spiritual master is not going to necessarily affect the relationship with the spiritual master if the disciple is willing to keep that relationship intact. We see the Srila Prabhupada, very disappeared from his world so many years ago. We see that his followers and disciples are, as so many of them are committed as ever. And for him, he's present. So similarly for us, our spiritual master has, I think it is what's the number that we are at since Maharaj's disappearance? I think it's the third one. The third celebration. And so for us, ever important to keep that relationship going, and the Puja celebration is meant for that. It's meant for the benefit of the disciples. So a little bit about the program today. We will start by inviting the devotees forward and give the devotees the opportunity to read their offering. And as I said, remembering the purpose of the offering is to come and share with us. Share with us from your heart your glorification of the spiritual master, whether his qualities or his lessons, whatever you want to share with us, that is there within your heart. And we will call the devotees forward, and at the end we will hear from Maharaj directly. Vandana shares the studies every year of choosing and to go through all the wonderful videos that are there and try and find some nectar for us. So she went on a nectar hunt and she found something very nice for us. She's going to look at so we can hear from Maharaj directly. And then at the end we'll hear from Jai Maharaj, and then we will proceed with the Pushpanjali and the Singha and the feast at the end. So as we goes forward, always many devotees want to read their offerings. We try to keep it at about 5 minutes max. That would help. I'm going to sit right there behind the Amala Purana Prabhu, and I will wave at you. If the ecstasy overtakes you and you lose consciousness of time and space, which can very well happen, then I will have an unfortunate service of bringing you down back into reality and reminding you that unfortunately, here in the material world, time is the predominating factor. And a lot of it here, we have to unfortunately keep time in mind. So just keep I'll wave at you, I'll try and do it friendly. And, but sometimes if I have to resort to violence, I might. It can happen. Okay, so we're going to start off. I'm going to start off by calling, let's see, Sanket behind the room. He was the first on the list. So many of you actually did not send me a message to say that you were reading an offering there. But you might be surprised because I must still call on you. So now you can start preparing your offering in the back of your mind because you might be surprised that they should do it.
here in spiritual world process and that too in Hindi with such affection and warmth, making me feel completely seen and accepted. That moment felt so personal, so intimate. It was like a father speaking gently to his child. And later, when you gave me my initial name, Sanket Bihari Das, you tied it lovingly with my existing material name, Sanket, giving it spiritual meaning and new life. That name now carries your blessings, your intention, and your love, and I try my best to live it up to it. I will never forget what you have told me during Sadhusanga in 2022, just before my initiation. You looked at me seriously and said, "Don't miss the boat." Those four words pierced straight into my heart. They weren't just they were demand for wake up call. I hold on to that and sacred instructions reminding me to never take opportunity for granted, to stay steady in devotion and to always strive to be a worthy disciple. The greatest blessing of my life was being in your final days, watching you prepare to live in this world. Watching you prepare to live in this world with grace, detachment, and unwavering focus on Krishna was one of the most powerful teaching I have ever received. Even in your last moments, you were teaching by example how to live a life of surrender and how to live this world with Krishna in his heart. Dear Gurudev, thank you for your mercy, your love, your patience, and your instruction. Though my service is small and imperfect, I pray to always remain under your shelter and serve your mission with sincerity. May I never forget your voice, your example, and the sacred relationship you gave me through initiation. Your servant Sanket Bihari Das. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna. Dear Guru Maharaj, we've all been missing your association so much. You know, I was thinking earlier this year, it's that time where you would come to New York and you would spend like a whole month with us. You would encourage us to do festivals. You know, you believe in always making spiritual life very exciting. We shouldn't just keep doing the same things. We should spice it up. We should have kirtan festivals. You know, we should make a reason to have a festival. I think how much you've done for me. Spiritually, you've just helped me so much. Even recently, I've been thinking day by day. Like, I think of you so much and the impact that you've had on my life. Whether it's the kirtan just playing in my head or just like your instructions, you're very personal with us, and I appreciate all of it. I can think of moments and just really try to absorb myself in that. You know, the last time you were here in New York, we had a really nice conversation outside Radha Govinda where, you know, I asked you everything I could think of that I would need for my future. So I'm very, very grateful for that. It's been really hard for all of us, and I try to, in some ways, keep the KKS family together in New York. Like there's a handful of us here, and it's important for us to, come together every so often and just speak about your glories and just be absorbed in Krishna consciousness and in your mood. I'm really grateful for you, Guru Maharaj, and I really wish you spend more time with us here. But I know you told us that it's a change of service, and Krishna knows best. And we have to have faith in that. Thank you, Guru Maharaj, for everything that you've done for me in my life. And thank you for giving me this KKS family. I'm forever grateful to you. Hare Krishna.
Next, we're going to ask Param Guru to know Maharaj very well from Maharaj spent a lot of time in different projects. From, as you always used to say, he said that he considered himself someone who joined the crowd. He didn't join in the West, he joined in the crowd. And he later ended up being the temple president in the crowd. And those are actually a lot of stories. Very wonderful place, but also a very difficult place to manage. And we all know all kinds of things that happen there. And one knows them all from that time. It's also always wonderful to give the voice to numerous from the Father and have the opportunity to
Hare Krishna. Kanana Maharaj was my first temple president in 92, and I was his first temple commander. Worked together with Mother Ishani. That time he was Grahastha. I remember that celebrating his birthday. I still remember we brought Radha Shyam Sundar cake in office, and few of us, Mother Ishani was there. I think Dina Bandhu Prabhu came, myself, and a couple of more devotees. We have his birthday in his office, and he was laughing. And when we gave him the cake, he took the whole bunch of cake and put in my face. He was always very friendly with me, joking all the times. He used to call me Punjabi boy, never sleep, work very hard. Those days we have very, very few devotees in the temple. I remember we have one security guard or one driver. We have one car only. That was Maharaj car. I was telling Param Brahma Prabhu yesterday one story. One devotee came from Japan to Vrindavan first time, and we were chanting in front of Samadhi. Those days, taxi cost was 800 rupees. Somehow, this devotee gave them $800 to that taxi driver. And, as soon as the driver got $800, he just ran away from there. And we told this story to Maharaj. And the devotee, we talked to him. He said, I'm first time from Japan. And he was telling us he wants to go to Mathura by plane from Vrindavan. We told this story to Maharaj. Maharaj, he wants to go to Mathura by plane from Vrindavan. Maharaj said, okay, make the plane for him then. So we have a Maharaj tempo traveler. And we say, okay, Prabhu, we can take you by plane from Vrindavan to Mathura, but it costs you $2,000. He said, no problem, money is not a problem. I gave $2,000. Next day morning after Guru Puja, we decorated Maharaj car and brought him over there. He said, this is car, it's not a plane. I said, no, Prabhu, this is India plane. And Maharaj was with us. He was start laughing. He said, okay, just take him, just show him all Mathura. And he came back. He happily gave Maharaj $5,000 donation for the temple. Many accidents. We used to travel with Maharaj to Delhi and Kanpur universities for college preaching, university preachings. One more funny story. A lot of devotees came from Russia. And 11 o'clock night, I got the call because I was temple commander. There's some problem in Fogla ashram. I have to go there. There was one lady. She said, I was a brahmachari. A lady said, I want a massage right now. And we went back to Maharaj. The lady, she's saying she wanted a massage. We were brahmachari. Actually, she wanted mattress, but she don't know how to say mattress. She was saying she wanted massage. So Maharaj came with us 11 o'clock at night, 11:30, and we say, oh, she just, she wanted mattress, not a massage from you guys. Maharaj was very, very personal with each of us in Vrindavan, very personal. Kirtan, he used to love Kirtan. Those days, I think Mangalarti was used to sing by only Western devotees. But when we came to Vrindavan, he gave us a chance to start singing Mangalarti in Vrindavan. And I'm not prepared, I'm just saying whatever is coming to my mind. I was, yeah. And actually, he taught us everything in Vrindavan. From the starting, when we came to Vrindavan, we were in big trouble, and we used to have no money in the temples. And Maharaj used to manage. He used to send us out to Delhi, to life member houses, to collect money, donation. We used to do everything, whatever Maharaj used to tell us. And I still can't believe he's gone. I remember before he passed away, he was standing with Adi Keshav Prabhu in front of guest house, and he gave me a very big hug. He said, Param, how are you? I said, Maharaj, I'm good. And he told me one thing, he stuck me, he said, I don't know whether I can see you again. I want to give you a very big hug. He gave me again hug. That was the last time I met Maharaj. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
We would say that we was saying that we had some kind of last life connection. He said it was amazing how when we went to India, when I went to India before, he went to all over the land. And just quite an interesting story. And he went there, he was in India, and he ended up in Vrindavan at some point. And then as he started to become a leadership in India, he said that he was somehow just able to understand how India works. He understood it, oh, we have stuff done, he understood, oh, this is how you have to drive people, and he said, he just got into it. It's very difficult. We're used to it, and then you come from a Western country, it's very difficult. And you do it. He said he just immediately was able to function in India over. And he said that how his whole life, when she was young, as a kid, she had this habit from a young age. Every night, she would check under the bed for snakes. Which is like, for a person she was from Holland, from the Netherlands. And all these stories how somehow they have these things that doesn't really make sense for people in Holland to do in the Netherlands. And so yeah, Maharaj felt that his time in India was so interesting to hear the combination between not just his managerial things that he did with his big projects, we had a little lecture also received there at the backdrop that Ramadan painting for us today. For those of you who know who that is, or where that is the Samadhi in Manipur. She will tell us a little bit about that. So, I don't know what it is. So, definitely a big part of Mars's legacy is these projects that he took. And really, a great difficulty. One people was saying, especially in the earlier days, it was very difficult. It was not now, it was much easier. Yes, it's become more stable, there's more facility, but in the earlier days, it was very, very difficult. And one of the qualities that we can appreciate from Maharaj is that he was not afraid of difficult things, or never intimidated by difficult things. And that made us very one of his exceptional qualities. Next, we will call on Amala Purana.
Hare Krishna. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Vishaya Bhutale Srimati Kadamba. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Vishaya Bhutale Swami. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Vishaya Swami. I'll share some incidents I have encountered with Guru Maharaj. First time I met Gurudev in 2019. Before that, we just joined ISKCON in 2018, October, November. And first time I met Maharaj in February 2019 at Bliss Kitchen. Maharaj was there for Kirtan program. And I asked Maharaj after Kirtan program, because we love Kirtan so much. So I asked Maharaj, can you come to my place to do the Kirtan? And he says, why not? You just approach this person in Brooklyn Temple and set the program. This time I'm not available, but next time whenever I come, I'll definitely come to your place. And when he came back in October 2019, and we set the program that time, and Maharaj first time came to our place. There are almost 200 devotees in our basement, and Maharaj loved that. And he did the kirtan for 2 hours, and then the katha. So almost 3 hours he just sat down and he did all the kirtan and katha and everything. And he was so happy that time, and we were so happy. And from that time onwards, whenever he came to New York, every time he came to our house and he did the Kirtan program and all. So he was so merciful on us since day one. And I learned from him the positiveness, what he has, that when he said the news in 2022 that I have only 6 months with me and I'll be gone. I have this type of cancer and all this. And then we were crying in Utah that time. And we sat down with him in one room for almost 2 hours. And Maharaj says, why you are crying? And then we explained that Maharaj, how we came to survive. He says, I'm going for better services. Why you want me to here in material world? Let me go back to God and do more service with Prabhupada and Krishna. Why you want me to be here? So he knows that where he is going and what he wants to do, and then he teaches that any condition you just stay in positive in this material world. And whenever we met him, he gave us so much of motivation to do more services. And we are trying to do some services, and we are fulfilling his wishes. One day when he called us that, okay, next Saturday, your initiation. I said, Maharaj, no, this is COVID time and you are in Germany or somewhere and we are in New York. I don't want to take initiation online. He says, no, don't worry about it. I'll do good, better for you. And whenever I come to New York, I'll come to your house and do the yajna at your place. And he fulfilled his promise when he came next time in 2022. And he came to our house. He usually don't stay at somebody's place, but he came to our place and stay at our place at that night. And then he did that yajna at Central New Jersey Temple for us and all. And always he encourages us to do more, and he give us some services. And when he came my home, he says, your name is Amala Purana. Do you read the Bhagavatam? I said, no, Maharaj, start reading from today. And from that day, we read the Bhagavatam every day. So I'm thankful to Maharaj that he gave us so much of enthusiasm and encouragement in our life. Hare Krishna. Kadamba Kanana Swami Maharaj ki.
Hare Krishna. Well, we've all experienced the wonderful qualities of Kadamba Kanana Swami Maharaj. Things that I loved about him most was the informal way he could speak to you, make you feel like a friend, have a very personal relationship. And also how encouraging he could be. He knew I was interested in literature and poetry. Very first time I met him, he was giving a class on Chaitanya Charitamrita, and he said to me, he could see how much I was enjoying his talk, and he said, "Why don't we have a 24-hour session of reading it together?" And I said, "Wow." I felt connected with him like that, you know, and I knew I wanted him to be my guru, and you know, he was very encouraging. He read one of my poems on his weekly talk, and at the end he looked up and he said, "Not bad." And those two words, I mean, are the infinite praise. And he would, we would have discussions about poetry, and I would explain to him what I was working on, the kind of ideas I was having, and he was always so focused on listening and making suggestions. And I remember one conversation we had about a poem that I was working on. And I was explaining to him the method that I would use when I would write a poem. And that usually in my poems, there's some kind of image, sometimes a shape or a color or a certain phrase that would appear in different ways in my life. And I would try to tie them together in the poem. And I was telling him about this poem that I was writing, which was about the experience of reading Chaitanya Charitamrita and a certain section which sounded kind of dull and a lot of heavy philosophy and history of the movement, and then suddenly it became very personal about Lord Chaitanya, and I said it's like a roller coaster, you know. He said it goes up, 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 and then comes flying down, and then I realized that I could write a poem comparing a roller coaster to reading the experience of riding a roller coaster that I had in Brooklyn, of all places, in Coney Island, with the experience of reading the DC. And we thought that was interesting. But what happened is that just after that, he let it be known in a wonderful talk that he gave to all of us that he was sick. And then I realized that that was the real roller coaster. That was the moment where things kind of spun out of control for me. And so I added that to the poem. And I want to read it to you today. And I wanted to explain the way the poem works because this poem has two faults that I consider really bad about poetry. One is that it's too long, and one is that it's hard to understand. So without this explanation, it might be hopeless. So I just want to say also that usually when I read poetry, I'm kind of embarrassed about my Brooklyn accent, but in this place, it's not a problem, I guess. So this poem is called Turning Points. I wrote to my guru, Kadamba Kanana Swami, joking with him about the process of creating a poem about surprises that appear in our material and spiritual lives. But he had a secret he was holding close to the vest, a tumultuous cancer diagnosis, and he was waiting for the right moment to tell his adoring followers. We are all grateful to see that his humanity and humility and spiritual vision of his future are unshaken. As I was letting the poem take shape, waiting for it to emerge, I heard the news. So the poem took one more wrenching twist. He told me a line from Chaitanya Charitamrita. What is the use of the arrow of the hunter, of the words of the poet, if they do not pierce the heart and make the head spin? I am old enough that the Brooklyn of my youth is gone. My father was from an older version still, radio shows, fighting, enlisting during the Second World War right after high school. All the young men smoked cigarettes. I was 5 and he took me to Coney Island and we sat on the Cyclone roller coaster. Rickety wood beams painted white, a tarnished safety bar across our laps, tightening as the ride began. Up we went, slowly bumping and halting. At the top, we could see the beach and the sea and the sun. And then the speed, the hurtling, rattling cars, the screaming. I tasted the pitted bar as I seized it close and endured a few minutes of terror. Chaitanya Charitamrita, the character of the living force and immortality. It is the favorite Shastra of Kadamba Kanana Maharaj, and reportedly the choice of Srila Prabhupada if he had to have just one. We read about the history of the universe in technical detail and the branches of the sect for several generations, and the detailed lists of the writings of the Goswamis, summaries of the various sections of Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu divided into seas and waves. And after we move slowly through the long lists of the contributions of the great Goswamis, Rupa, Jiva, Sanatana, the text roars to life. We witness their visit to Mahaprabhu at Jagannath Puri, and we hear about his unsurpassable ecstasy, his absorption in the deities, and his identification with the love of the gopis and separation from their beloved. I grasped the book tightly, almost afraid to turn the page. How much was I qualified to hear about these intimate details of the life of the Lord in this sudden and astounding acceleration? There he was in detailed description, his actual movements and conversations. The author's information from intimate sources is impeccable. The devotion of a chain of witnesses undoubtable. The transcendent experience of inspiration provided by the text is shared by 600 years of lovers, saints, and servants. And I thought that was a shock, that rapid ascent to literary joy, thought that I understood how quickly things can turn until I heard Maharaj's quiet explanation today as he delivered the news to soften the blow. Hearing him speak, explaining what the months ahead would bring, a chasm kept widening, his future beginning to take its form as I imagined remembering him, even as he spoke. He straightens out my life and he turns it upside down. But the bitter news has its sweet taste somehow, as his courage and his faith are unshaken. He invited us to meet him in Vrindavana, and come soon, he said. The splendor of his new home as it is being prepared, the warmth of the embrace he will feel on his arrival, is this the shadow of what we will feel in these moments that confuse the heart? There is a distant music to be heard in the heartbreaking time we have with him now, while he laughs, I'm a tough Dutchman. Thank you.
Next, we have Sandeep.
Hare Krishna. Thank you. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimate Kadamba Kanana Swami Niti Namine Namaste Namaste Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Gurudase Jayadvaita Swami Niti Namine Namaste Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Om Jnanatimirandasya Jnananjalashalaakaya Chakshurunmitam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namah. Hare Krishna. See, that's what happened. When you are attached, confused, not so faithful, that's what happened, and that's what I am. So before I start, I'll read my letter, and then I'll read one paragraph from book. Prabhu, if I'm going over time, please stop me. But I want to do that. All right. Dear beloved Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada and all glories to your divine services. On this sacred occasion of your Vyasa Puja, I offer my deepest gratitude and heartfelt relevance and gratitude. I would like to acknowledge your guidance, your mercy, your compassion you have bestowed upon me and all of us. You are living embodiment of Sri Guru, tirelessly emulating path back to the Krishna with your instruction, your example, and your unshakable dedication to the mission to the Srila Prabhupada. Your every word brings clarity to confusion, and your every action teaches humility, sincerity, and devotion. Though I am fallen and unworthy, still you mercifully allowed me to serve you always. Please bless me with the strength to follow your instruction with greater sincerity, to serve you with my heart and soul, and become an instrument in your divine mission. May I always remain at your lotus feet, seeking your shelter, guidance, and affection. On this auspicious day, I pray for your continued health, strength, and success spreading the glories of Lord in Golok Vrindavan. One day you told me that now here I have restriction on eating on my diet and all, but once I'll go there, I'll not have restriction. So why do you want me to stay here? I want to go there. There is no time, there is nothing can stop me, and I will be serving Srila Prabhupada. So that's better place, isn't it? I said, yes. Then she said, now stop crying. I don't want to see you crying anymore. So you remember this, what I told you, and never cry again. And then he was literally kind of annoyed. He said, Sandili, enough. I said, okay, Maharaj, I'll not cry. I promise I'll not cry And today I'm going to keep that promise. I really don't want to cry. He always say that you have to be very faithful. You know, whatever you do, you have to be very faithful. This book is really touching me. I cannot sleep without reading at least one paragraph. It's really good. So one of the another um, paragraph I like is be faithful. It's very simple word, faithful, but it's very difficult to continue and fulfill it all the time. You, whenever you are not doing any service, you think that, you know what, you are not faithful, you are not doing enough. Guru Maharaj had a lot of expectation from you. He said, you know, you can do this, you can do, but what are you doing? You are doing nothing. But we are so bound with a lot of responsibilities and all, we can do that. And I'm trying. Uh, I would like to read this. It's really beautiful. Be faithful. It is true that sometimes spiritual life can become a little dry and stale. During such time, the process of surrender means to be faithful. It is not always that the process of surrender is exciting. Sometimes the process of surrender is just to be duty. Sometimes the process of surrender is to carry on even when we are weak, to never give up. If we ever sleep, will we, which we will, we are to start again. If you start to think you should surrender, but I cannot surrender because I am lacking in qualities, I think that is a position to become discouraged. I personally don't meditate so much on that. I try as much as I can to surrender, but I didn't meditate on where I am not able to surrender. I am simply meditate on the mercy. We are to appreciate that this is a mercy movement and we somehow or other take shelter. We don't measure ourselves at all the time because if we start measuring ourselves, well, always fall short and then we become frustrated. Spiritual life is not about us being a determined. It is about taking shelter. So take shelter of holy name, of Srimad Bhagavatam, of devotees, of prasadam, of devotional services. The process of surrender is not always a glamorous story where in shining light it reads surrender to Krishna. Not quite. Sometimes the process of surrender appears to be impossible. Sometimes it took far. However, if it is far, turn around and get close again. Pick up if you fall. Srila Prabhupada would say, failure is the pillar of success. So, surrendering means to never stop. We must carry on, regardless of what is happening, whether it is good or bad, glorious of or infamous. Whatever we do, we must never give up. The association of devotee, never. We must never give up on Srila Prabhupada. Never give up on devotional service. Never stop chanting. When the principles are sleeping, we must return to them and start practicing again. Let this be our default settings. Chanting 16 rounds and following the 4 regulatory principles. Surrender may come in many forms. It may be dynamic and glorious, or it may be a process of dragging our feet. Regardless, we must faithfully stick to it. Yeah. Whenever you read this book, you get every sentence you get instruction from Guru Maharaj. If you last time, as I said, you know, I always try to be kind, and that is very difficult. Now this is another quality, grateful. It's again more difficult, but I'm trying, Guru Maharaj. I'm trying. Let's see how successful I will be. Please give me blessings always on your. Hare Krishna. Thank you. His Holiness Kadamba Swami Maharaj. Ki jai.
ज्ञानतिमिरन्धस्य ज्ञानञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुर्मिलितमेन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः. So, Guru Maharaj is watching us right now, and I think it's pretty amazing that he is successful because he made it to spiritual world. And I think all of us should join him and do the best. Otherwise, Guru Maharaj will need to go back here and give us a little push. So that's what I like about Guru Maharaj. He always encourages everyone to be Krishna conscious and to do more service. And doesn't really matter what type of color everyone is wearing, is brahmachari or grihasta, the dedication it shows. And yeah, that's Guru Maharaj once told me that I'm happy that you are brahmachari. It's more simple life, but what really matters is that you have to love Krishna. And I would say, yeah, that's what really matters. And yeah, Guru Maharaj was encouraging example. First, he was grihasta, did a lot of service, got a lot of mercy, and then he took sannyas. I heard in lecture of Guru Maharaj, he describes how it was in the past days. If you have been grihasta, that everyone looks at you like you are the fallen one. And it was kind of challenging that days. And almost everyone that days was brahmacharis, saffron, and you were kind of like the one who was sticking out with the white cloth. But in the end, Guru Maharaj says like, now it's my turn, and he pull over his saffron kurta. Yeah, Guru Maharaj always liked music, and his first travel in India, he was with his guitar writing songs on the way. And later on, he started doing kirtans, and later on, he encouraged lots of devotees. Lots of devotees were inspired by his style, by his enthusiastic and dynamic kirtans. Everybody knows that Guru Maharaj's style was all the kids went to sleep and all the devotees start dancing after 5 minutes. So yeah, that was his style, and that I heard he inherited to us to do his style of kirtan, to not to be only the slow tempo of the kirtan. And now we have association of Jayadvaita Maharaj, which is very important. Jayadvaita Maharaj is expert of kirtan, and he's really encouraging devotees to follow what Srila Prabhupada told us, to nicely follow, keep the tempo. In the morning, there should be mellow kirtan. I know devotees like to dance and do it fired up, but it's very nice if we sing for Krishna in a mellow mood. Same for the evening, because Krishna is going to sleep. But only Harinam or during the day, it can be fired up. So yeah, please let's do more kirtan. Let's encourage each of us. Do more kirtan, join the Harinam party, do more kirtan in the temple room. and that will really much please Guru Maharaj, Jayadvaita Maharaj, Srila Prabhupada, and Ramarai Prabhu. Yeah, here in New York, the most important city, as Srila Prabhupada said, some of us were sent here by Guru Maharaj, some of us were already here or grew up here, but mostly each of us got the same instruction to stay here, do service, preach here, and spread Krishna consciousness around. That's what Guru Maharaj also told me in the time of initiation in front of everyone, also in front of Radha Govinda, that yeah, stay here, help the project, and do the service here. So I'm very much happy about it. And yeah, that'll be everything for me. Eternally in Guru Maharaj service, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, all. Hare Krishna. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimate Kadamba Kanana Swami Itanamane. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimate Guru Dasa Dvaita Swami Itanamane. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Itanamane. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharane Nirvisesha Sanyavadi Paschachari. Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadara Hari Gaura Bhakta Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. I wrote my offering to dear Guru Maharaj. This is it. Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to his divine grace. Srila Prabhupada. It is with humility and gratitude that this offering is submitted. As you have stated, we are very fortunate. This time has been given to us as an opportunity to realize who we are, what our real position is in relationship to the Supreme Lord, to God, Krishna, Lord Krishna. I am truly thankful to you, Guru Maharaj, for giving me your shelter 9 months before your departure from this material world. You continue to be an inspiration in my daily life, though challenging at times to find balance between sadhana, service, and work. I continue to seek Krishna and remember him always. When opportunities present themselves, I strive to share Krishna consciousness with others. Happy birthday, Guru Maharaj. Happy birthday. The mission of Prabhupada continues on through you, Guru Maharaj. And through you, Guru Maharaj, the mission continues as you are forever present. You continue to be in your lectures, kirtans, books, bhajans. I cannot say thank you enough. Thank you, Guru Maharaj. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
He was Raj Sir, and he also the Raj Kadamba, Raj Swami as
Hare Krishna. Um, Often, when we travel around in these last 2 years, we meet so many God brothers around and God sisters also. And very
length of the room, 1 to 10. So when it's 10, it's like it takes. Even going to India, he left home at 17. He didn't finish school. He was actually in a very good school. He's very intelligent. He said he didn't do much, but he scored very high marks because he's very intelligent. He just left home and had big fights with his father about it. And he just basically went on the bus to India. Even in India, he would live alone, or I don't know, maybe with some people, but he would live in the Himalayas, taking a bunch of potatoes with him, very alive, very enthusiastic, very extremely bold. But he project that Samadhi become a whole project called when he took on the Samadhi, it was kind of a crisis situation because the person who started, who did was the architects of the Samadhi, he had left the movement. So, and the plans were lost. There was some basic structure there, but that started to become overgrown by Mayapur. And the nature is very wild there. So, and it was like a crisis because it looked very bad on the whole leadership of the movement that Prabhupada Samadhi is just kind of sitting there half finished. Plans are lost. So what are we going to do with this? And of course, Kadamba Swami, he's so he took it on. He said yes. And that meant like 6 years he was in Mayapur working practically around the clock, having 750 Bengalis working under him, workers, which are hot-headed and difficult to manage. Times he got death threats. Once he found like a note on his door with a knife, we're gonna kill you. I don't know the reason, I never got into it. And just before he finished that project, he was called to Vrindavan to manage the Vrindavan temple. And we all know the story there. It's, again, walking that line between life and death, basically. Like taking on Vrindavan at that time, which was heavily influenced by organized crime, it meant risking your life. Your life would be at stake as a
with my mother. The day was scorching, over 95 F. Kind, critical, right? Never condescending, never dismissive, just steady. Always urging me to remember what's real and what's eternal. And I would get glimpses of that eternality. Um, there were moments in Kirtan, on Parikram with you, in your quiet company, when your voice felt like the bridge between where I was at the moment and the distant shores of the spiritual world. Maharaj, I'm still often unsteady, often unsure, but I pray to carry the echo of your voice wherever I go. I pray to never forget how you chanted, how you served, how you carried Srila Prabhupada's mission like the most precious jewel, with joy, gravity, and unstoppable determination. And I pray that with each year that passes, I gain the strength to follow you, even from a great distance, and the sincerity to always remember you. Your eternal servant, Vandana Das. Um, so, so now the organizers had for us to do today. So each year we selected a clip of Kadamba reconnect with visually and together as a group. So this year I selected a talk that was given at an initiation at the. I chose this particular segment because Mark speaks about the meaning and significance of initiation. And as many of you know, Mark actually developed a seminar titled Living with Vows, which you can still watch online on YouTube. And this wasn't something just that Marge had just spoken about. He upheld his vows, as you know, with unwavering commitment. Even in his final days when he could barely speak or move, he continued to chant 16 rounds daily despite intense physical pain. He did this for himself, of course, but also as an enduring example for all of us. So I thought today, as his disciples, we can return to the basics, to sort of remember the day that we individually cemented our relationship with Maharaj through the sacrificial fire, and to reflect on the fundamentals of our commitments that we made to him. and also to live in integrity and alignment.
Whether we want it to stay or whether we don't want it to stay. House can bring us many beautiful things. We follow them wholeheartedly, and we don't follow them if we try to walk away from the vows of initiation, then these vows continue to beat our heart wherever we go, whatever we do. And when we follow them, then the vows begin to produce wonderful, wonderful things. So this is actually very profound. So the vows will stay, no matter what. Therefore, we should invest in them. And just as we are having here a sacrificial fire, not yet lit, so the fire will be consuming so many offerings. Swaha, we're throwing in all the grains. And all these offerings that we are making into the fire is like that. The fire wants to eat. Remember that Arjuna had to help Agni to eat the Kadamba forest because Agni was hungry and Agni wanted to eat the whole forest. And Arjuna helped. And then for that he got his chariot and so many things. So in this way, Agni, fire, needs to eat. So we also in the beginning offering something, an arti and something to the fire. Fire will eat. We will offer the grains, the oblations, and the demigods will take these offerings, take the punya from these offerings. So just as the fire consumes so many things, in the same way the vows itself consume. Because in the beginning, you don't have to do so much. You somehow or other chant Hare Krishna 16 rounds and yeah, you're doing it. But over time, it gets more difficult. More difficult? I thought it would get more easy. No. It all gets more difficult. How is that? Why? It gets more difficult in the sense that we have to offer more. In the beginning, only so much surrender. As time moves on, more surrender. You have to surrender more. Today, so many percent surrender. Then, with time, you have to surrender more. Right? As time goes on, Krishna will say, hey, 50% will not do. I want 60. Then for a while you function on 60, then Krishna goes, I want 80. You might just skip 70, go straight to 80, and eventually Krishna wants 100%. Sometimes it is said, Krishna is not looking at what we are offering, Krishna is looking at what we are holding back. So we are meant to increase our offering. So this is what's happening, like been initiated some time ago, now we have to offer more than on that day. As time moves on, we have to increase the quality of life, of spiritual life, more and more. And yes, as my spiritual master likes to quote his teacher in school, and there was this teacher, Mr. Bennett, and Mr. Bennett used to say, now I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell you something that you're going to remember for the rest of your life. Okay? So I want you all to really, really wake up now. Don't sleep, because I'm going to tell you something you're going to remember for the rest of your life. Are you ready? Are you ready to hear it now? Well, what I'm going to tell you is that it all comes out in the wash. It all comes out in the wash. Mark my words, it all comes out in the wash. So it is a fact that every step of the way we have to surrender, and surrender means to conquer. We have to conquer our lower nature. We have to conquer our weaknesses. We have to conquer our lack of surrender. And it doesn't go away. If somewhere we try to avoid something, let's say one service we try to avoid, maybe it's book distribution. If it's that one, if that's the one we try to avoid, it will come back. It will come back. And if it doesn't, if we don't overcome it this life, it might come back in the next life. So there's no such thing as avoiding. Krishna knows it all comes out in the wash. All our weaknesses, sooner or later we have to address them. We can hide them very nicely, smile also at the same time, but we have to overcome them. If we really want Krishna to be in the innermost chambers of the heart, the innermost chambers of the heart, Hridaya Kandare Satchinandana, in the inner chambers of the heart, thinking of the heart of many rooms, and the inner chambers. The outer chambers we share with others, the inner chambers, who knows? So the inner chambers, yeah. In the innermost chamber, there must be Satchinanda. Not Satchinanda Swami, that's also good. That is good. But we're talking now about Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And if Satchinanda Maharaj is there, you'll see him serving the feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Yes, that is our objective. Therefore, these initiations are only steps, milestone steps that stay with us. Not a step only today, but a step that stays with us for the rest of our life. These vows will be with us for the rest of our life, but these steps are meant to help us to become pure devotees. Right? So that we go back to Godhead and get out of this material world, because it ain't no good, it's a miserable place. It is temporary and it is miserable. And the miserable sometimes has sugar coating, that is the problem. It's like the bait can look very tasty from the fish perspective. Imagine we have fish and we would see a big fat worm, we go, oh, look at that worm. Irresistible. But don't forget the hook. There is a hook. Yeah. So that's the material world. The more we enjoy the material world, the more we get hooked to the material world, to the material energy, and the more we get hooked to death. Hook means to what? To death. I mean, this body means it's going to end in disease and all these things, birth, death, old age, disease, it's going to hit us. So we have to thoroughly, the purpose of this initiation is to go back to God in this lifetime. Not next life, not like, no, this very lifetime. Otherwise, what's the point? Right? That's why we're doing this. So, sthanam sita shruti kritam tam tanuvanam manavir. That we stay where we are and we begin where we are. So we're all in different situations. Some are free like birds. Some are tied down with chains and balls and family members and bills and contracts and loans to the bank, and who knows how we can be entangled. Whatever it may be, we practice our spiritual life from where we are, but back to Godhead, this life, we cannot compromise that. So after the initiation, we cannot act in any way that makes us take a step backwards. We cannot act in a way that we lose our spiritual progress. No, we're meant to remain fixed. That is the principle. You know, we are taking such initiations in public for various reasons. We have witnesses. Yeah? Oh yes, there are witnesses. We are being watched. Oh, you're making this promise. They have promised. Oh. Some of the devotees, someone was telling me they went to Tompkins Square Park in New York, right? And they came into the park and they sort of just stood there looking at the tree. And then in the park there are bums living, like who live on the street and so on. So one of the bums came and said, "You're supposed to embrace it. You have to embrace the tree and pray, So even the bums in the park are purified now, and they're instructing people what to do. The last time I was there and I sat on a park bench, this lady, she started talking and she started telling me the whole story, everything. She knew everything about the park, the whole history, like a professional tour guide. And then she told me everything about Prabhupada. And she said, all right. First she told me when the park was made and when the first, anyway, how it was developed and this, that, and what happened, and then how Prabhupada came and what he did under the tree and everything. I was like, gosh, it's like she works here, I mean, they all get purified by this lecture. Anyway, so once you have a Brahmin thread, then people expect. They expect something from you. They expect that now you're going to show exemplary behavior. So there's that responsibility. Do not betray. If we would be wearing a thread and we would not follow, we betray. If you're initiated and you drink a cup of tea or smoke a cigarette, then you are betraying. You're betraying Prabhupada, you're betraying Krishna, you're betraying the teachings. So that is a sad thing. And we should turn back. If we make such a mistake, can happen, then we should stop in our tracks and just think, what have I done? We should repent. We should return to the spiritual path immediately. And if we cannot do that, and we become hopelessly fallen, yes, then it comes to that stage where the vows beat our heart. I was in Sydney, I was sitting in a car, someone was sitting on a terrace outside, drinking, looked like, at least it was a wine glass. I wasn't quite sure what was in there, but it was a wine glass. And then I saw all these people sitting at the tables, and suddenly someone stands up and walks towards my car. And so knocks on the window, so I open it, and he says, "I'm also initiated." I didn't know. I mean, what do you say? Someone like that. I'm also initiated. Very nice, Prabhu. That's the best I could say, I mean, try to encourage. But so I didn't tell him. Anyway, what's the use? But that's what I was thinking. I didn't want to discourage and break his heart. Tell him, what's the use? But what is the use if you don't follow? Some use is there. At least the vows beat your heart. That's something. But for the rest, But even then at the end of one's life, when everything falls away, vows may come back with a great force. Because at the end of life, things fall away very quickly. Everything disappears, all our powers gone, all our possessions, what can they do for us now? Then vows will be there. But better not wait for the end of life. Better now. really make something of these vows. Um, so with that, um, I have not spoken about the 10 offenses to be avoided and the chanting of the Holy.
Even then, even when we fall, at least the vows are there. They beat the heart. And at the end of life, when everything else disappears, power, possessions, the vows remain. They return with focus and force. So I was just thinking that this quote really reminds us that the vows that we take at initiation aren't formalities, and they're eternal promises. They're sacred contracts that we make between ourselves, our spiritual master, and Krishna. And we're so lucky that so many of us here today, as God family, and those who also considered Maharaj a Shiksha Guru, that we're here together. We're celebrating Maharaj's Vyasa Puja together, and we're here in community, and we're here communing with Guru Maharaj. And I think that's all from me. So I think that Jay Dvaita Maharaj will be coming soon. Oh,
How long should I speak, or I be less? How long is that? Om Jnana Timirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Jina Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhistam Sthapitam Jina Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kalamayam Antikam Vande Hang Shri Guru Shri Jatapadakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavanscha Shri Rupam Shagrajatam Sahagana Raganatan Sadvaitam Savatutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Radha Krishna Padam Sahagana Lolita Sri Vishakam Vitamscha He Krishna Karuna Sindho Deen Bandho Vivakute Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Krisha Bhanu Sute Devi Pranamam Puri Priye Vancha Kolpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindho Bhyevacha Patita Nam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram The starting from the spiritual master is considered, we know, the representative of Krishna. Guru Krishna Rupahana Shastra Pramane Guru Rupe Krishna Kripa Koren Oktogani. Shastra Pramane, according to the Prabhupada translates, deliberate opinion of all revealed scriptures. The spiritual master is non-different from Krishna. Krishna Rupa, Guru Krishna Rupa. And Guru Rupe, in the form of the Guru, Krishna Kripa Kore, Oktogani. Krishna gives the devotees his mercy. In the form of the Guru. Acharya Imam of Dijani on it's finally, what do we say? Bande Krishna Jagat Guru. Krishna is the Guru of the whole universe. How is he the Guru of the universe? Just like we say Krishna is the controller of the universe. How is he the controller of the universe? He's busy dancing with the gopis and playing with the cowherd boys. How is he the controller of the universe? So then we understand, though he has his arrangements, he has his powers who do things, his energies, his demigods, his different manifestations by which he controls the universe. So how is he the Guru? Vande Krishna Jagaguru, Krishna is the Guru. How is he? One way, he's speaking Bhagavad Gita. So he's speaking as the spiritual master of the. And another way, he's within the heart, Chaitya Guru. But we see so many people read books and everyone has Krishna in their heart, but still they don't become Krishna conscious. They don't put it all together and become pure souls. So Krishna, Guru Rupe, Kripa Kore. Krishna gives mercy in the form of the spiritual master. And that direct mercy uplifts the how does the spiritual master do that? From one point of view, he speaks Shastra. That's finally his function is to speak the message of Krishna. I mentioned a few times that Prabhupada came back from Honolulu and he liked that the local newspaper, the Honolulu Advertiser, had said that the Swami is a small man, but he has got a big message. Prabhupada liked that. So the spiritual master gives the message of Krishna. Tattva, Krishna Tattva. And another dimension is that it's personal. The Satsvarup Maharaj had that experience. He's told in Prabhupada Lilamrita and elsewhere that as a new boy, he was taking manuscripts from Prabhupada and he was typing and he'd give them back and he'd take more and he'd type. And then I think he may have been on the occasion of an initiation ceremony that he didn't attend. He was typing. Anyway, one time when he delivered the typed manuscripts, Prabhupada said, this is not mechanical. But if you love me, I love you. It's more than just a formal exchange or even a dutiful transmission of teachings. Those are certainly components, essential components. But the spiritual master extends himself personally. He has loving dealings with his disciples. He cares about the welfare of the disciples. He thinks what to do to help this disciple advance in Krishna consciousness, how to engage this disciple, how to inspire this disciple, how to help. The spiritual masters, yes, always thinking, not only disciples, others also, how to bring them to the lotus feet of Krishna. That Prahlad Maharaj is saying that I have no problem, but I'm only thinking of these poor fools who are bereft of your love. They've built a nonsense civilization for so-called comfort, but they're missing the most important thing. They're missing your love. Vimukha-chetasa. They're looking in the wrong direction, making themselves miserable, and neglecting their eternal loving relationship. I'm always thinking about them, always thinking about them. So this is another aspect. It's not just mechanical. That yes, now I'm approved by the GBC, and I'm an ISKCON guru, and so I'm authorized to give initiation and accept donations and whatever else ISKCON guru is supposed to do. It's not just a formality or a post. Then, so if you do this, then you're no longer authorized. It's not that. It involves an urge to serve the spiritual master and an urge to uplift others, to bring others to Krishna, to give others that experience of Krishna consciousness. Atmapanyena sarvatra samam pashyati orjuna sukampa yadiva tukam. So yogi, for the moment, after explaining the yoga system in the 6th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, this is the perfect yogi. Who is that? Atmopamyena sarvatra. Who sees others to be like himself. Prabhupada expresses this someplace in Bhagavatam, that we should always remember what we were. Because if we remember what we were, then first of all, what gratitude we'll have toward our spiritual master. If we think about what we were and what we've been able to become, then so much that we'll have a natural indebtedness to the spiritual. We'll feel that. When I think about what I was and when I think about what my life was, and I think about what my life is now, how grateful I have to be to my spiritual master. I would have been, Prahlad Maharaj, I was in a pit of snakes. I was suffering, and my Guru Maharaj lifted me up. So that feeling is there. It's not just mechanical. Yes, I took initiation from Guru number 32 on the list of ISKCON approved gurus in the year 20 such and such, and I have a thread to prove it. But it's that there's a feeling there that and my life has changed, and if it hasn't, it must have changed. If it hasn't changed, what have I done? I just taken initiation, and everything else stayed the same, or got worse. Then what does it mean? There must be a change. The disciples, there's a change that takes place. Otherwise, we're not going anywhere. We stay the same. So that's I must change because my spiritual master wants me to change. My spiritual master has gone through so much effort to uplift me. So I have to become Krishna conscious. I have to change. I have to turn away from Maya and turn toward Krishna. So much has been invested in me. So much effort. Prabhupada said that to make one person a devotee, we invest gallons of blood. We're prepared to invest, and we do. So that sense that Krishna is coming in this very personal way, in the form of my Guru Maharaj to give me mercy, Kripa Koi, to give me instruction, the instruction is mercy, and to give kindness, inspiration, an example, opportunities, chastisement. Chastisement is also the spiritual master's mercy. Prabhupada said one time, I forget exactly, but he was saying how Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur chastised the disciples. Prabhupada said, those were our glory days. Those were our glory days. We were so fortunate that our spiritual master chastised us. So the spiritual master acts personally for our benefit, and so we can remember his instructions, teachings, his dealings, how he dealt with us, or how he dealt with his devotees. If he didn't deal with me, then how he dealt with the other devotees surrounding me. Maybe I didn't get that much personal connection, personal physical association. Then how did he deal with those around me? The example, the life, the spirit. What was the mood of my spiritual master? Was he just ticking the boxes and meeting the requirements, or was he always enthusiastic, always chanting Hare Krishna, always inspired to do something conscious and to spread and the word, help our Krishna consciousness grow. So we by contact with that living example, that of practical activities also. Was he a dreamer? Was he just, sort of hoping that Krishna would bestow his mercy on, a spaced out person who just doesn't really do anything? Or is he always thinking, how do I do this? Krishna wants something, what do I do? Step one, step two, step three. Some of us may be more organized, some of us may be less organized. Practically compared to Kadamba, Kanana, Maharaj, all of us are less organized. But whether it's big organization or it's some small thing, practical activity in the service of Krishna, That's what we see in the life of the spiritual master. Just, healing something, but he's doing something. In the spiritual world, it's, everyone's in love with Krishna. What does it mean? It means they're doing something. Either they're herding cows for Krishna, they're churning butter for Krishna, they're trying to help protect Krishna from the demons or the monkeys or something. They're all engaged in doing something for Krishna. And Krishna is always engaged in doing something for them. This is Krishna. He's Bhaktavatsal. He's always thinking. Not only thinking, he's always doing. What can I do to please my devotees, to protect my devotees, to encourage my devotees, to inspire my devotees? Shri Radha Govinda ki. So, taking the tattva, the principles, the teachings, the conclusions of Krishna consciousness, but then looking to the person. How wonderfully Kadamba Kanana Maharaj did all of these things, how he presented the teachings, how he made them enlivening to hear, how he made them relevant, how he smashed somebody, or how he showed favor or compassion, how he organized things, how he led kirtan with such taste and enthusiasm, how he cared about the devotees, how he dealt with junior devotees, senior devotees, equal devotees, how he dedicated himself to Prabhupada, in not just a theoretical way, but building two samadhis, taking part in building two samadhis, running the Vrindavan temple, preaching Krishna consciousness, helping uplift this temple. It was actually a practical thing that, well, it was a small thing. I mean, I just said to Maharaj that I don't think I even said anything. Just Maharaj could see that I'd spent a lot of energy trying to keep this place from being sold, and that we were in something of a loss. Now, okay, we've prevented the sale. What do we do? Where are the people? Where are the programs? What are we do? Now what? And just seeing that, although he had so much to do in Europe, in Australia, and South Africa, he committed himself to helping New York City. And if he'd stayed longer, he would have done so much more. But just from the short time allocated, so much has been accomplished from his specific directions, from his particular vision of things, to his attention to certain. There are devotees who took this is a practical thing. I've sat around. No, I've heard for like years. For all of us, we're hearing about airspace. Airspace in New York City is the space above your building that you can build on. That's your property. You can't go 90 feet up, 90 stories up if your airspace only says you can go 12. So you have your visible property and you have your airspace. And you can swap it, you can sell it, you can do things, all sorts of maneuvers and all the sharks in New York. That's what they do. So we'd heard all about the value of the airspace, our air rights in these two buildings. And it was all vague. It was all, we have so much, capital in our air rights. He actually drilled down how much, foot by foot by foot. Okay, in this part of the building, we have this much. In this part of the building, on that side, we can build this many stories up. On that side, we can build that many. He made it his business to actually drill down on the facts. How much do we actually own here? What is our property and what's not? Practical. So we're not, if we're having a discussion about that, we're not talking about some dreamy air rights. We're talking about precisely this much and what we could do or not. It's one practical. On the practical side, what can we do? What can we not do? What can we build? What can we not build? What people can we bring in? What programs can we have? What kind of vision do we have for preaching in Brooklyn and in New York City, or whole and expansive? A very particular view down to the square foot, and a very expansive up to the whole city of New York. Such wonderful intelligence and wonderful enthusiasm, and the willingness to do it for Prabhupada, to do it for Krishna. In Spain, the same thing. Really, all he had to do was vote no. There was I guess you know the history, they wanted to sell the Spanish farm property outside Madrid. There were three, according to the Prabhupada's will, there were three property trustees, and he was one for the farm, and two property trustees wanted to sell, and he was the third. And all he really had to do to save the farm was vote no. And so he voted no. End of sale. Without unanimous approval, sale can't happen. So tick the box, stop the sale. You can add an extra epaulet or whatever those things are called on your uniform. I don't think they're called epaulets. Anyway, you can add an extra medal on your uniform. You stopped the sale. And he did. But then he thought, now what? Now I've stopped the sale. I have some obligation. The place is in Nijastan. It's depressed. It's all devotees are in quarrels. There's no money. There's this, that, all these problems. So that's why they wanted to sell. So what are we going to do? So then he devoted so many years, although really Southern Europe was not his place. Southern Europe was not, he was not a Southern European. They're very different places. But he devoted so much energy to the point where he could hand the form back and say, okay, now you can run it. It's working here. So that extraordinary quality of not just doing it, but putting your heart into it and seeing the meaning of it and seeing what things could be and what they should be, and feeling personal responsibility and taking it upon himself. Rather, he could have just said, well, okay, now I've saved it, now it's the GBC, we've got, 32 men on the governing body commission, and we have local this, that, you do it. It's not my duty, it's your duty. But they wouldn't have done it. Why it was where it was. And because he invested that energy, now it's such a wonderful place. So important to the lives of the Spanish devotees and the health of the Spanish ashram. Because he invested in that way. And that's a sample, because he invested in so many, whatever he did, he did it. He didn't just go through the steps or do the minimum. But he extended himself to such an extent with projects and with people. Famously, he said, I don't invest in projects. So that those of us who were initiated by Maharaj or inspired by Maharaj are the beneficiaries. We saw that example, we received that kind of mercy, and we saw that kind of inspired service and were perhaps instructed, you do this, you do this. So what, and don't do this. We were all instructed, at least minimally, do this and don't do that. And even if we didn't get another instruction, then chant Hare Krishna every day, 16 rounds, follow 4 regular. If we do that seriously, everything will follow. Read the books, chant, everything will follow. Doesn't mean that's okay, I chanted, I followed the 4 rules, and done. But if we do those things seriously, everything else will follow. We will get inspiration, we will get realization, we will get understanding. Krishna will see to it. Krishna will see to it. The process works. No, you have to do something more. No, if you do this, more will come. You have to do something more, you'll be directed. Yes, now you do more this way, that way. Not that yes, I need to do more. I've sold everything and I'm moving to Radha. Bathe in the golden nectar of prema, blah, blah. But if we seriously follow, then we'll get practical direction, everything else that we need for attaining perfection in Krishna consciousness. Prabhupada gave the example that maybe they're in seed form. You have, what is it, mighty oaks from little acorns grow. What's an acorn? But in the acorn, the whole plan for the oak is all the necessary constituents. Just add water. Everything for the oak is there. So if we follow the orders of the spiritual master seriously, sincerely, strictly, then we'll get inspiration. When Prabhupada said that about some temple, maybe a group of temples, that it was noted that they, things were just like, what's ragged. Prabhupada said this means they're not following the regular principles in hearing. He didn't have a complicated business analysis required. He didn't call in Censure or the other companies are. Analyze this temple and tell them they're not following the regular principles. They're not hearing and chanting. You could see it. Where they were, then everything would be. So if we follow these instructions we've received and remember the example that was set for us, then everything will be there. Everything will be there. Particularly since we're in New York. I think last time I spoke up in the balcony, I spoke, about different things. I didn't really speak about that commitment that Maharaj had made to New York City. And how he saw, first of all, not hard to see, but he saw the importance of New York, the most important city in America, or arguably the world. And what it meant in terms of how Prabhupada had invested in New York City, come to New York City first, invested in New York City. And what potential there is in New York City, what can be accomplished. And the vision, I think I did speak about it last time, but the vision of, as he put it, not going vertical, but going horizontal. We can build up and, potentially have X number of stories here. He was not very interested in that. Maybe at some point, who knows how many stories we'll have. But where he was focused, horizontal. Spread Krishna consciousness in every direction. From this temple, you can do something here, you can do something here, you can do something there, you can do something here. You can have temple after temple, group after group, and you can expand Krishna consciousness throughout the city of New York. This is only one block, which now happens to be right in the middle of everything, by Krishna's mercy. But it's one place. But we can have dozens, we can have hundreds, we can have, Vrindavan has 5,000 temples, big and little, every house practically. And it's not dreamy. It can be done. We can spread Krishna consciousness in the colleges and universities. We can spread Krishna consciousness to young people. We can spread Krishna consciousness to important people, to opinion leaders. We can spread Krishna consciousness to, like, unbelievably, in the Indian community. We can spread Krishna consciousness in the Hispanic community, in the Black community, in the Guyanese community, in this community, that community, every community. expanding horizontally. Horizontally, there's, even if we did our maximum here, we'd run into the end of our air rights. You could only go X number of stories. How many stories? 14. 14 stories, and then that's it. But horizontally, the city does not impose any limits. You can go out unlimitedly and full force. With kirtan, with prasad, with books, with devotees, with everything. So, and Maharaj was literally investing hundreds of $100,000 for the building next door. Investing people, good people, solid people, bringing in devotees who could lead things and open things up so that the cafe would be there. We'll see the cafe. Just practical, a showroom for crying out loud. Prime real estate facing the street. It's a showroom for 30 years. Open it up. So now it will be opened up. It will be not for shoes, but for people. And you could, from one point of view, well, that's pretty obvious. As we say in New York, duh. But on the other side, who said it? We're sitting here for decades, and everybody's content to see it as an eternal showroom. Prabhupada told that story about Columbus, because Prabhupada had spread Krishna consciousness to the West, and then others said, oh, we could have done that too. I could have also done that. Prabhupada told the story about Columbus. Do you know the Columbus story? Columbus is sitting, in a cafe or someplace with some colleagues, the people. And they're similarly saying, well, we could have also gone to America. So Columbus took an egg. He apparently wasn't a vegetarian. He took an egg and asked his friends, can you make this egg stand on its end? On the point of the egg, can you make the egg stand? And try it. So one man tried it, the egg keeps falling over, another tries it, another tries it. None of them can do it because how do the egg is going to naturally roll over on its side. So then Columbus took the egg and he just tapped the point of it, comes a little flat, and stood it on its end. Oh, anyone could have done that. Oh, if you told we could have done it that way, sure. I mean, anyone could have done it. But I did it. Yes, but I did it. Anyone could have seen, it's a showroom. This is crazy. It's absurd. But he did it. Anyone could have seen that this was just a total misuse of space upstairs, batch of storage rooms with junk, I mean, literally, because I was there, literally just junk in these storage rooms upstairs. in a building where we don't have enough space. He went over the whole place. You know, what's there, what's there, what's there, what's there? Is this wall real? And so on. And so now it's real space. So it's expertise, but it's vision, it's enthusiasm, it's empowerment, it's pleasure in serving. Materialist takes pleasure in sense gratification. If he gets something for his senses, he feels pleasure. And then he's unhappy when pleasure runs out and he has to go buy more or whatever. But a pure devotee takes pleasure in serving Krishna. Mante yogi no nante sanjaya. Takes unlimited pleasure in serving Krishna. So that example we have for us. Why should I take pleasure in masticando masticam? Chewing the chewed. Why should I take pleasure chewing the chewed when I can have unlimited pleasure serving the lotus feet, chanting the holy name, serving Krishna in so many ways, spreading the message of Krishna? So this ideal example, wonderful example, personal, living, breathing example, affectionate example is there for us in our personal experience. And we can make that our life. Make that our life and soul to follow this example, to follow these instructions, to make our life successful. He always used to say, we all blew it, that's why we're here. We must have started Krishna consciousness, and somehow or other we didn't finish it, so we've had to come back. That means we blew it. Otherwise we wouldn't be here. But this life we should finish our business. We should take it very seriously. I have to serve. And not even that I have to, but I want to serve Krishna. In the beginning, I have to serve Krishna. Otherwise, ooh, look where I'm going to be. Maya's going to beat me over the head and over every place else if I don't surrender. So I better surrender to Krishna. Otherwise, they're going to get me and they're going to beat me up. That's all right. But advanced Krishna consciousness, there's nothing better than this. What is that? Nadikam Pataha Yasmin Stito Ladukena Gurunapi Yam Labdva Chapram Labham Manyate Nadikam Tataha Yasmin Stito Ladukena Gurunapi. That in the even in the heaviest Yasmin Stito Ladukena Gurunapi, even in the heaviest of troubles, miseries, difficulties, Navichalyate, he doesn't budge. Why? Yam Labdva, having gotten the taste of Krishna consciousness, Ahapram Labha Manyate, there's nothing better than this. He thinks there's just nothing better than this. I don't care what it is. They're offering me pleasure, they're inflicting pain on me, whatever it is, there's just nothing better than Krishna consciousness. I just want to do this. I just want to serve Krishna. That spirit. Haridas Thakur, you could, what is it, beat me up and then chop me into little pieces, but I won't stop. Harina. Stop serving Harina. that taste that there's nothing, or there's just nothing better. Whatever the difficulties, whatever the alternatives, whatever the distractions, whatever the problems, there's just nothing better than serving Krishna. I just want to. You should stop. Oh, but I should wind up. So there's nothing better than doing this in New York. That was my point. There's no field like New York City. There's no place with greater degradation, greater opportunities. The most brilliant people in the world, somehow or other, they are drawn by their karma to New York City to do something crazy or great or whatever it's going to be, successful, unsuccessful, spectacular failures. There's just no place better than New York City. It's open like anything. It's not a place where you're not allowed to. They're welcoming us, they're asking us, and every opportunity is here. And Radha Govind is rewarding. Maharaj made a start to do something and just see how it's grown. Just see how the temple has grown. So many devotees are there. It used to be like 2 devotees in Mangalarti. Now there's so many. And there's a program on this floor, and there's a program on that floor, and there's this room, this program, that program. And devotees who are inspired, and they're going to this park and that subway station. Everything. So it's growing. It's becoming more and more
Hare Krishna. So now we'll have Pushpanjali, so everyone can stand up and come a little closer. And we can pass bottles around. And the next will offer Pushpanjali 3 times. So chant Maharaj Pradhanamata 3 times. And after each mantra, we will offer Pushpanjali.